descent module of the Soyuz spacecraft conducted leak checks of their Sokol launch and entry suits, and everything is in great shape as the countdown is now at 57 minutes and 40 seconds and counting for the launch of this next trio of residents to the International Space Station. The Soyuz MS-24 call sign, by the way, that you'll be hearing through an interpreter as conversations are held between the blockhouse in Baikonur and mission control outside of Moscow to Kononenko, the Soyuz commander. The call sign for MS-24 is Antares. Here in Mission Control in Houston, the team is watching over the Expedition 69 crew and station systems on the International Space Station, preparing to support the arrival of Soyuz MS-24 later today. That station population will increase from 7 to 10 with the addition of NASA astronaut Laurel O'Hara and her Soyuz crewmates Ali Kononenko and Nikolai Chub. The crew is all set to begin a flight of just over 3 hours in duration to the International Space Station, with docking scheduled at 1:56 p.m. Central Time this afternoon. The Soyuz will be docking to the Rosviet module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. Once the hatches are opened between the newly arrived Soyuz and the station, the new residents will be greeted by Station Commander Sergei Prokopiev of Roscosmos and his Roscosmos crewmates Dmitry Petelin and Konstantin Borisov, along with NASA astronauts Frank Rubio and Jasmine Mugbeli, European Space Agency astronaut Andy Mogensen, and Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Satoshi Furukawa. Mogensen will take over as Expedition 70 commander during a change of command ceremony on September 26th, before Prokopiev, Petelin, and Rubio depart in their Soyuz MS-23 spacecraft the following day, heading for a parachute-assisted landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan. Rubio, Prokopiev, and Petelin are in the home stretch of a mission that will have spanned 371 days, which for Rubio marks the longest single spaceflight by an American astronaut. This past Monday, Rubio broke the former record for the longest single spaceflight by an American, 355 days, previously held by Mark Vande Hei. Laurel O'Hara today becomes the first American to launch on a Soyuz spacecraft since Rubio did so in September of 2022. O'Hara's flight on Soyuz mirrors that of Roscosmos cosmonaut Konstantin Borisov, who launched to the station as part of the SpaceX Dragon Crew 7 crew on August 26th. Providing a reciprocal crew exchange capability to maintain safe and continuous space station operations. The music that you're hearing is being piped to the crew aboard the Soyuz spacecraft. This is a traditional way of having the crew relax a bit during the final hour or so of their countdown before launch. Back here in Mission Control, the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is on console at this hour. They are involved in watching over the station systems, checking everything out, making sure that the station is in the right configuration to accept the Soyuz spacecraft later today, with docking scheduled again at 1:56 p.m. Central Time this afternoon. The two flight directors who are on console today are Chris Dobbins and Ronak Dave. They are joined by spacecraft communicator Jessica Meir, a veteran astronaut, no stranger to Soyuz operations, having launched almost 4 years ago to the day on Soyuz MS-15 in September of 2019. Again, you're looking now live again with a view of the Soyuz MS-24 on the launch pad at Baikonur. Liftoff scheduled just 53 minutes, 45 seconds from now at 8:44 p.m. Baikonur time. That's 10:44 a.m. Central Time this morning. The countdown is proceeding on schedule, with no issues being reported from the engineers at the blockhouse in Baikonur. Atop the Soyuz 2.1A booster, strapped into their seats in the descent module of the Soyuz, NASA's Laurel O'Hara and Oleg Kononenko, along with Nikolai Chub of Roscosmos. Kononenko, the Soyuz commander, is in the center seat of the descent module, flanked to his left by Chub, serving as board engineer number 1. To Kononenko's right, NASA's Loral O'Hara, serving as board engineer number 2. For O'Hara and Chub, this will be their first flight into space. For Kononenko, his 5th flight into space. Kononenko and Chub are embarking today on a one-year mission aboard the International Space Station. They will return to Earth next September with NASA's Tracy Dyson, who acted as O'Hara's backup during the past several weeks of training down in Baikonur, and who is launching next spring on Soyuz MS-25 with Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Novitsky and a Belarus researcher, Marina Vasilevskaya, who will be flying as a spaceflight participant on a so-called taxi flight. O'Hara will land on Soyuz MS-25 with Novitsky and Vasilevskaya. And as a note of interest, Kononenko, who is the chief of Roscosmos' Cosmonaut Corps, currently ranks 6th on the all-time list of most days in space by a human. By the time he completes his mission a year from now, he will have jumped to the top of the list with more than 1,000 days in space.
Number 1 and 2.
Right now, the countdown is inside the 52-minute mark, 51 minutes, 50 seconds and counting, for the launch of the Soyuz MS-24 crew to the International Space Station. With everything proceeding in good shape toward launch, let's take a few moments to learn more about Laurel O'Hara and her road to becoming an astronaut.
I've wanted to explore ever since I was a little kid, and I'm not totally sure where that came from. I've just always been really curious and interested in other places. And so from a pretty young age, I just wanted to be an explorer. And I grew up in Houston, so NASA was right down the road. And we got to come to JSC a lot on school field trips. And then also when I was in 2nd grade, we grew some tomato seeds that had flown on Space Shuttle. So we got to do the Tomato Seeds in Space program. Just that early exposure to NASA, I think, focused me on an astronaut as being one way to be an explorer. And that dream kind of persisted all the way through school and college. So I graduated from undergrad and then worked for a year and a half and then went back to grad school for 2 years. And I did all of that in aerospace engineering. And my sister was a geologist at Penn State, also in grad school at the time, and her research was in Iceland, studying the mid-Atlantic ridge and the fault lines that run through Iceland. And that sounded really fun and kind of like what I had dreamed about in exploration. And so I started looking around for different opportunities and found Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution. And that's how I moved into ocean science. Woods Hole does kind of the broad suite of earth and ocean science. They do everything from biology, chemistry, geosciences, and then they also have a pretty big engineering department. And so I joined the engineering department. When I started at Woods Hole, I started on an upgrade to the Alvin submersible. So it's the United States' only manned research submersible and the oldest sub in the world that does that kind of work. And at the time, we were doing the first of a 2-part upgrade to the sub, to do a lot of different upgrades, but mainly to increase the operating depth of the sub from 4,500 meters to 6,500 meters. But one of the things I was responsible for was the main vehicle frame, the overall kind of skeleton of Alvin that attaches the personnel sphere, like where the people are. So it was this huge 7-foot diameter titanium sphere with all these lugs welded onto it. And the main vehicle frame was also this welded structure. And then these 2 parts showed up to Woods Hole separately. And one day we had to mate them. And so seeing the sphere come down onto the vehicle frame and making sure every bolt went through every lug was a pretty great day. This is the kind of work I want to be doing. It's really hands-on. It's working with a lot of different people from around the world, working on science that helps us understand the planet better. And so I started to think that maybe I would stay there for a while. I went all the way through with the Alvin upgrade. And one of the things that I really was hoping to do was to get to dive in Alvin one time. And I did get to do that on sea trials. It was neat to see the vehicle, in action. And I got to fly it for a little bit, which was really fun. In addition to my work on Alvin, I also did a lot of work with robots. So either remotely operated vehicles that were driven from the ship or autonomous vehicles that had their own brain on board. My work with all of these vehicles were mostly at sea, and we would go out on research cruises that were anywhere from 2 or 3 weeks to a month or 2. So Jason is the name of the vehicle that I did most of my work with, and it's an ROV, so it's a remotely operated vehicle. And we lower it over the side of the ship, and it stays tethered to the ship. So there's a tether that's providing electrical power and communications to the vehicle. And then the pilot sits on board in a control room and drives the vehicle from the control room. We have a pilot, we have an engineer, and a navigator. And so I would sit engineer and navigator in the control room, and then also work as a mechanic on the vehicle and as a data processor. A lot of the work that we did with those vehicles was around hydrothermal vents. And so you would see, they call them black smokers. And so they're kind of like chimneys with black smoke spewing out underwater, and just this wealth of animal life that lives around them. And so they were just these really beautiful spots on the seafloor that we got to go visit. Those cruises were sort of like the highlight of my career. And I love the research cruises because I think for the same reason that I really enjoy the work here. And that's just going out on a ship with a relatively small group of people and a pretty focused mission, and having to use, whatever we have out on the ship to solve problems and fix things when they break. And you just kind of develop a really nice team dynamic out there. And the work is really fun and interesting. Most of what we were doing was science aimed at understanding the oceans better. And so the overall mission was really great. And similarly at NASA, our mission is to explore, both to inspire people on Earth to develop new technology and to take humans further and further in the solar system. And so working on things like that have a worldwide impact and that are ultimately for the greater good, I think is really sort of the overarching thing that draws me to exploration. I'm Laurel O'Hara, and I'm a NASA astronaut.
A look at NASA's Laurel O'Hara, who in a few hours will take up residency for the next 6 months on the International Space Station. If you're just joining us, you're looking live at Site 31 at the Baikonur Cosmodrome in the Central Asian Desert in Kazakhstan, where we are 45 minutes, 14 seconds away from the launch of O'Hara, Oleg Kononenko, and Nikolai Chub to the International Space Station. The crew flew to the Baikonur Cosmodrome from their training base at Star City, Russia on August 29th for final pre-launch training and inspections of their Soyuz spacecraft. While that was ongoing, the MS-24 spacecraft was encapsulated into the upper stage of the Soyuz booster in the integration building late last week. After the 3 stages of the Soyuz booster were mated together, the Soyuz rocket began its trek to the launch pad shortly after sunrise on Tuesday, hauled to the pad horizontally on a rail car in a process that took about 30 minutes to complete. Once at the pad, the Soyuz was raised hydraulically to its vertical position for final pre-launch preparations as engineers hooked up electrical and fuel lines to complete the vehicle's testing. And we continue to watch the countdown clocks tick backward for the launch of this next crew to the International Space Station, approaching the T-minus 44-minute mark. Out on Launch Pad 6 at Site 31 at the Baikonur Cosmodrome, that you can see there in your view, the Soyuz booster poised for launch, fully fueled with kerosene and liquid oxygen as the propellant. The Soyuz 2.1A is the ticket to ride for crews that launch to the International Space Station from the Baikonur Cosmodrome. Let's take a moment to take a closer look at this Soyuz booster.
The Soyuz rocket stands 162 feet tall, weighs about 640,000 pounds, and consists of the Soyuz spacecraft inside a protective shroud at the top and the 3-stage Soyuz 2.1A booster below. The first stage has 4 liquid engines strapped to the side of the core vehicle. Each will burn for 1 minute and 58 seconds before they drop away. The core engine of the first stage also serves as the second stage and continues to burn until 4 minutes and 57 seconds into the flight. The third stage has a single engine that will ignite before the separation of the second stage, helping to push it away safely. It will burn until the 8 minutes and 46 seconds mark of the flight, and at that point the Soyuz spacecraft will separate from the third stage, having arrived at its preliminary orbit.
And again, back live with the view of the launch pad at the Baikonur Cosmodrome, the gantry arms that are enveloping the Soyuz booster. They will spread or retract to their position perpendicular to the rocket itself a few minutes from now, as we continue the countdown flawlessly, approaching the T-minus 42-minute mark. Meanwhile, the International Space Station is flying over the southern Pacific Ocean, about to cross the southern coast of South America at an altitude of 262 statute miles, about to begin a southwest to northeasterly track that will carry it across the west coast of Africa a short time from now. No problems being reported as the countdown proceeds smoothly from those engineers at the blockhouse in Baikonur. Atop that booster, strapped into their seats in the descent module of the Soyuz, which is the center section of the three-section Soyuz capsule, are NASA's Laurel O'Hara, and from Roscosmos, Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub. The three sections of the Soyuz spacecraft are familiar to those who have watched previous missions to the International Space Station. Here's a look at this workhorse Russian vehicle.
The whole Soyuz spacecraft is 24.5 feet long with an overall volume of 301 cubic feet and comprised of 3 modules. The descent module, situated in the middle of the Soyuz vehicle, contains customized seats for the crew members during launch, entry, and landing, and contains all the controls and displays necessary for the flight. It also houses life support systems, batteries for the re-entry and landing, and the parachute and soft landing rocket engines that slow the Soyuz just before touchdown as the spacecraft lands in Kazakhstan. There are 8 hydrogen peroxide thrusters located on the module, which are used to control the spacecraft's orientation, or attitude, during the descent until parachute deployment. The descent module also contains a guidance, navigation, and control system used to maneuver the vehicle during the descent phase of the mission. This descent module is 7.3 feet long with a diameter of 7.1 feet and a habitable volume of 124 cubic feet. It is the only portion of the Soyuz that survives the return to Earth. The orbital module at the top is 9.8 feet long. It connects to the descent module via pressurized hatch. This is where the crew has a small amount of room to move around following launch during the flight to the space station. It has a docking mechanism, hatch, and rendezvous antennas located at the front end. The docking mechanism is used to dock with the space station, and the hatch allows entry into the orbiting complex. The rendezvous antennas are used by the automated docking system, which uses radar, to maneuver toward the station for docking. There is also a forward-looking window in the module that the crew can use to take manual measurements of distance and closing speed with a laser rangefinder in the event of failure of the rendezvous radar system. The propulsion module houses the oxygen storage tanks, the main engine, and the attitude control thrusters, avionics, and communication and control equipment. The propulsion portion of this module handles all orbital maneuvers, including those needed for the rendezvous with the space station and the deorbit burn at the end of the spacecraft's mission. Before they are deployed, the 2 solar arrays are folded against the body of the propulsion module, which, along with the orbital module, separates from the descent module after the deorbit burn. The solar panels span almost 35 feet. The entire spacecraft serves not only as a crew transport vehicle to and from the space station, but also as an emergency return vehicle in the unlikely event that the crew needs to leave the station unexpectedly.
And you'll be seeing and hearing a lot more about the Soyuz spacecraft on September 27th, when we are here all night in the deep overnight to provide coverage of the departure of Frank Rubio, Sergei Prokopyev, and Dmitry Petelin from the International Space Station to wrap up their 371-day mission. We're also just a few minutes away from receiving from Baikonur a video B-roll feed of all of the crew's activities that led up to their boarding the Soyuz spacecraft a couple of hours ago. We'll be bringing that to you as soon as that feed comes in from Baikonur just a couple of minutes or so from now. The ride to orbit for O'Hara, Kononenko, and Chub will take about 8 minutes and 45 seconds. That's the point at which we'll have third stage shutdown of the Soyuz booster and spacecraft separation, placing the Soyuz in its initial orbital plane. The solar arrays and navigational antennas will deploy right after spacecraft separation, and the chase will be on for the Soyuz to catch up to the International Space Station. Because the orbital mechanics in this launch date were specifically selected for a 2-orbit, 3-hour-plus rendezvous for O'Hara, Kononenko, and Chub, They will begin the automated process for rendezvous maneuvers to raise the altitude of the Soyuz to match that of the International Space Station, and to begin closing the gap between the Soyuz and the station as rapidly as possible. The first rendezvous burn, called a DV-1 burn, or Delta Velocity 1 burn, of about 4.74 meters per second, is scheduled some 39 minutes after launch, about 10 minutes before what is called automated rendezvous operations begin. The Soyuz will rapidly begin to close the gap between itself and the International Space Station, and later this afternoon will arrive in the vicinity of the space station itself, conducting a fly around of the station to precisely align itself with the Rosviet module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the complex. After a brief moment or two for station keeping to permit Russian flight controllers to assess the angular alignment of the Soyuz forward docking probe with the Rosviet module, the command will be given to begin final approach. That will be a very slow glacial approach of about 1/10 of a meter per second in its final phase, allowing the Soyuz to dock with the station's Rosviet module at 1:56 p.m. Central Time, 2:56 p.m. Eastern Time. Once the docking is completed and the period of relative motion between the two vehicles at the docking interface has dampened out, the forward docking probe will retract and basically pull the two vehicles flush against one another, the Soyuz and the station, permitting hooks to close to form a hard mate between the Soyuz and the station. Leak checks will be performed on both sides of the docking interface before the hatches are opened later this afternoon, and O'Hara, Kononenko, and Chub will float into the International Space Station to begin their stay on board the complex. And again, we are standing by for the roll of video from this morning's crew activities down in Baikonur that began several hours ago. The gantry arms that you see buttressed up against the side of the Soyuz rocket out on Site 31, Launch Pad 6, will begin to spread a short time from now, as the countdown has now reached the 35-minute, 17-second mark. It's a beautiful night down in Baikonur, about 68 degrees Fahrenheit, clear skies. You couldn't ask for more, as O'Hara, Kononenko, and Chub, in a spacecraft that carries the call sign of Antares, the MS-24 spacecraft, begins its trip a short time from now, within the next 35 minutes, to the International Space Station. And here is the video of this morning's activities down in Baikonur. The traditional day began for the crew members as they were awakened at the Cosmonaut Hotel crew quarters in Baikonur. To traditional farewell music, the crew departed the hotel and boarded a bus for their 40-minute ride to the integration and suit-up facility at Building 254 inside the Baikonur Cosmodrome.
Good luck, guys. Cosmonauts are still not seated in their spacesuits.
Behind the three prime crew members, the backup crew, NASA's Tracy Dyson and Roscosmos's Alexei Ovchinin.
Good luck. Good luck, guys. We love you. Wave your hands.
Again, you're looking at video that was recorded several hours ago, now being fed to us from Baikonur, as the three crew members, O'Hara, Kononenko, and Chub, boarded their bus for their 40-minute ride out
Good luck.
to Building 254, the integration building and suit-up facility inside the Baikonur Cosmodrome. After arriving at the integration building, each crew member underwent final medical exams and suited up in their Sokol launch and entry suits. One by one, the crew members moved to a mock-up of a Soyuz spacecraft seat, allowing technicians to conduct pressure checks to ensure that their suits were free of any leaks. All of these procedures were rehearsed several days ago during a series of so-called Soyuz fit checks that the crew underwent during their final pre-launch training activities at the Baikonur Cosmodrome. But today, it was the real McCoy, as the three crew members suited up for launch, that is now just 30 minutes and 45 seconds away. Family members and invited guests looked on across a protective pane of glass, maintaining quarantine, as the suit-up was completed about 5 hours prior to launch. And one by one, the crew exchanged final remarks with their family members, and lastly with senior NASA and Roscosmos managers, who provided a final status on vehicle preparations, all the while expressing good luck to the crew before they departed for the launch pad.
Okay, so I was allowed to say a few words. Yesterday we had 2 launches of our shows. We know that 3 is the magic number, so I'm sure everything will be fine. And from all the actors of our theater, I would like to wish you so that everything is nominal in your ascent to the orbit. Also, that hope that the docking will be successful, and you will do everything that you are required. And so we will be on the ground here in our creative, artistic weightlessness, and you will be up there in space.
Those
so
remarks
good luck,
coming from a Moscow theater group, part of the invited guests for today's launch.
That's all I wanted to say. I hope that you will be able also to see our performance, our play, and I hope everything will be well. Thank you so much.
How do we look in our matching t-shirts?
You look great. Pick you out of the crowd right away.
Remember that?
You look great. I was gonna tell you guys if you were trying to text me earlier, I left my phone somewhere in the hotel. So John will have to go on a treasure hunt. You have acquired all of your belongings at this point.
This is the O'Hara family, accompanied by astronaut Mark Vande Hei, family escort for this trip.
I can only repeat once again, have a good flight in the quiescent space. So I will meet you on the ground, hopefully, when you come back. And good luck, guys.
Kononenko and Chub embarking today on a one-year mission to the International Space Station for Laurel O'Hara's 6 months on the complex.
I hope you had a good night's sleep, everyone. Yes, we had a good night's sleep. Guys, it's not a very easy task that you have. Nikolai, it is your first flight that I'm sure that you will do everything fine, and everything will be as it should be. And please send our warmest regards to the crew that is on the station together with our American colleagues.
We're all very proud of you. We know you've worked hard to get to this point. We look forward to seeing how you work on orbit. I wish the capsule was big enough for all of us to go with you. But it's a little small for that, but our hearts will be with you. We'll be watching, and we'll be here when you get back.
Thank you so much. I wish you good flight and good luck, of course. Have a good flight, docking, and also nominal work on the station, and of course, good luck. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
And a final opportunity for the crew to say goodbye to their loved ones before heading out of the integration building toward the launch pad. The crew members now seen leaving the Site 254 integration building. This enabled Kononenko, the Soyuz commander, to report that he and his crewmates were ready to proceed to the launch pad.
Chairman of the State Committee, the Soyuz crew is ready for the mission. Goodbye, everyone.
The crew boarded the bus at the 254 integration building at about 7 a.m. Central Time to begin what amounted to about a 1-hour trip out to launch site 31 and their rocket. And there you see the buses arriving at the pad. The crew, Kononenko, Chub, and O'Hara, you'll see in a moment, climbing a few stairs to wave goodbye to well-wishers, and then entering the elevator for the ride to the top of the Soyuz rocket to board their spacecraft, which they've now been aboard for the past several hours. Accompanied by their respective senior managers, Kononenko, along with Yuri Borisov, the head of Roscosmos, Chub, and there you see Ken Bowersox of NASA and Joel Montalbano, the ISS program manager. Bowersox, the associate administrator for human spaceflight for NASA, accompanying Laurel O'Hara to the stairs. And you see the venting of liquid oxygen from the Soyuz 2.1A booster. The crew now has been aboard the spacecraft for the past several hours. The countdown now inside the T-minus 20-minute mark. We're back now with a live view of the Soyuz MS-24 on the pad at Baikonur. Liftoff is scheduled for 10:44 and 35 seconds a.m. Central Time, 8:44 p.m. in Baikonur. Strapped into their seats in the descent module of the Soyuz, as we have mentioned frequently during our broadcast, are NASA's Laurel O'Hara, along with Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub of Roscosmos. And as mentioned earlier, Kononenko, as Soyuz commander, is in the center seat of the MS-24. Chub is to his left. O'Hara is seated to his right. At the time of launch, the International Space Station will be flying over southwestern Kazakhstan at an altitude of about 262 statute miles. The station will actually pass over the Cosmodrome 23 seconds after Soyuz lifts off and will leapfrog past the Soyuz as Kononenko, Chub, and O'Hara climb to their preliminary orbit. 8 minutes and 45 seconds after launch, the third stage engine of the Soyuz booster will shut down, and the Soyuz will separate from its launch vehicle in its preliminary orbit, deploying its solar arrays and navigational antennas. At that point, the three crew members will trail the space station by 1,145 miles. The chase will be on, resulting in docking of the MS-24 spacecraft to the Roscosmos module of the International Space Station at 1:56 p.m. Central Time today. As you can see, the gantry arms around the Soyuz spacecraft and the booster have spread. The vehicle is now on autonomous power. At the launch site in the Central Asian desert, NASA officials are on hand to watch the beginning of the journey for Laurel O'Hara, Oleg Kononenko, and Nikolai Chub. Leading the NASA delegation today is NASA's Associate Administrator for Human Spaceflight, Ken Bowersox, ISS Program Manager Joel Montalbano, Johnson Space Center Deputy Director Steve Kerner, Norm Knight, Johnson's Director of Flight Operations, and the Chief Astronaut for NASA, Joe Acaba. And with them is NASA Public Affairs Officer Leah Cheshire, who filed this report a short time ago.
Hi, Rob. We're here at the launch viewing site at the Baikonur Cosmodrome in the Kazakh desert. We are surrounded by miles of sandy soil and brush, with our focus on Soyuz MS-24 perched on pad 31, just about 2 miles away from us. Now this evening, we're in the low 60-degree Fahrenheit range. That continues to drop, but we're looking up to clear skies for our crew tonight. Now in contrast, the NASA delegation on the Roscosmos charter received a very windy welcome when we arrived in Baikonur on Monday, and we saw a very chilly but by-the-book rocket rollout on Tuesday at 7:30 a.m. local time. And since we've been here, we've also seen many of the residents who call this desert home, including camels, cows, and horses. The crew's rigorous training has led to this moment, and they are ready inside the capsule, with this being the first space flight for Laurel O'Hara and Nikolai Chub, and the 5th for Oleg Kononenko. O'Hara's family is here cheering for her maiden voyage, and of course, so are we. Now we're looking forward to liftoff and seeing Soyuz rise on the skyline and light up the night. And with that, I'll send it back to you, Rob.
Thank you, Leah. The countdown is approaching the T-minus 15-minute mark. Everything is in great shape, the vehicle fully fueled. It is on autonomous power at this hour. You're going to be hearing a number of rapid-fire activities over the course of the next few minutes. The 1 minute to command key to start is scheduled at the T-minus 8-minute mark. Preparations will be transitioning to an automated mode, which is equivalent to a ground launch sequencer at the T-minus 7-minute mark. Again, you're hearing music piped up to the crew aboard the Soyuz spacecraft.
And Ascent on the right. The formats have been selected. Copy.
It's a little bit difficult to perceive, but buttressed up against the side of the Soyuz 2.1A rocket are 2 umbilical towers that have provided all of the consumables for the spacecraft throughout the course of the countdown preparations. The first of those 2 umbilicals will retract at about the T-minus 31-second mark. The second of the 2 umbilicals you'll see when we get there will retract at about the T-minus 12-second mark or so. That will initiate the engine sequence start. The engines will come up to full thrust, and then there'll be full ignition of the spacecraft's first stage engines, and the hold down posts will be retracted, and the Soyuz rocket will be on its way. Again, it's about an 8-minute 45-second ride to orbit for 3rd stage shutdown and spacecraft separation. The solar arrays and navigational antennas will deploy. The Soyuz will be about 1,145 miles behind the International Space Station and will begin the automated rendezvous sequence just a few minutes after reaching its preliminary orbit, with a delta velocity burn just 39 minutes after launch. That will raise the orbit of the Soyuz and fine-tune its path to the station, initiating those automated rendezvous operations. Because this is a fast-track two-orbit rendezvous for the Soyuz, there won't be as many rendezvous burns required, because the Soyuz will be moving into the exact plane of the station's orbit, the corridor. You can liken it to a car moving on from an exit ramp to a freeway and getting into the right lane to provide the shortest distance between itself and its destination. Again, the launch is precisely timed for the moment when the Earth's rotation will place the Baikonur Cosmodrome in the plane of the orbit of the International Space Station. On board the station itself, the Expedition 69 crew, led by Commander Sergei Prokopiev, the multinational crew that's on board the station, will be eagerly awaiting the arrival of their new crewmates later today, with docking scheduled at 1:56 p.m. Central Time. Assuming everything goes as planned, the hatches are scheduled to be opened around 4:30 p.m. Central Time this afternoon to allow O'Hara, Kononenko, and Chub to enter their home, which for Kononenko and Chub will be about a year's worth of stay on board the station. Laurel O'Hara will be spending 6 months on the international outpost. Here in Mission Control in Houston, Flight Director Chris Dobbins polled his team of flight controllers a short time ago. Everything is in readiness for the launch of Soyuz. From a station perspective, you can see Dobbins is in the middle of this trio of flight controllers that you see. To his left is Flight Director Ronak Dave, and to Dobbins' right is veteran astronaut Jessica Meir.
Antares, this is 5-3. Launch minus 5 minutes. Close helmet visors. Copy, closing helmet visors.
The interpreter talking to Soyuz Commander Oleg Kononenko in the descent module of the Soyuz MS-24 spacecraft, as we are now inside 10 minutes until launch.
Inaudible. Copy, KSS is ready. We see Antares 3 on camera 2. Copy.
This is traditional for the technicians at the blockhouse in Baikonur to uplink music of their choice to the crew members in the final hour before a countdown. It's basically a method of relaxing the crew members and making them feel at home before they begin their journey into space. For a quick look at the milestones en route to orbit, first stage separation is expected at the 1 minute 58 second mark into the flight, followed at 2 minutes and 34 seconds by the jettisoning of the launch shroud that envelops the Soyuz capsule itself. Second stage shutdown is scheduled at 4 minutes 37 seconds after launch, followed 11 seconds later by second stage separation. The third stage lower skirt jettisoning is at the 4 minute 56 second mark, and third stage shutdown is at 8 minutes 46 seconds. That is the new computation for that, followed just 3 seconds later by third stage separation. Seconds after that, the solar arrays and navigational antennas will begin to be deployed, and the Soyuz spacecraft will begin in earnest its chase to catch up to the International Space Station. T-minus 7 minutes, 40 seconds until launch. We're about to have an engineer at the blockhouse in Baikonur turn a key that transitions the countdown to an automatic mode, basically a ground launch sequencer for the remainder of the countdown.
Minutes, command algorithms are on board. We'll be broadcasting all the launch sequences to the MCC. Copy. Vehicle is nominal. We are ready to proceed. Copy. Antares, we are seeing you on camera 1. Copy.
Oleg Kononenko, the Soyuz commander, reporting that the vehicle is ready for launch, the crew ready for launch, as we are at the T-minus 6 minute 35 second mark in the countdown. Again, at the time of launch, the International Space Station will be over southwestern Kazakhstan at an altitude of 262 statute miles and will pass directly over the Cosmodrome and the launch site 23 seconds after liftoff. Now a view of the crew inside the MS-24. At the top of your screen, Nikolai Chub, board engineer number 1. There's Oleg Kononenko at the bottom of your screen, about to embark on the 5th flight of his career. The countdown has gone by the book. The vehicle was fueled several hours ago. The crew boarded the vehicle at the T-minus 2 hour 45 minute mark and now is poised to lift off just 5 minutes from now.
Ground telemetry active.
Strip chart recorders and ground telemetry now activated.
Nitrogen purge.
The fuel lines and other elements of the rocket engines now being purged with nitrogen to fireproof them by removing vapors of fuel and oxidizer. Inside 4 minutes until liftoff. We're about a minute or so away from the pressurization of the fuel and oxidizer tanks to optimize fuel flow and provide additional structural rigidity to the launch vehicle out on Pad 6, Site 31 of the Baikonur Cosmodrome. We have now hit the T-minus 3.5 minute mark until launch. T-minus 3 minutes and counting. All systems are go. The range is clear at Baikonur. The key to drainage has been conducted. This key to drainage enables the valves through which evaporated oxygen escapes from the fuel tanks into the atmosphere are closed, beginning basically a drain back of fuel back into the tanks, and the valves providing liquid oxygen to replenish any lost by a boil off in the final minutes of the countdown.
Tank repress in progress.
Tank pressurization underway.
Есть надув общий, 30-й. Есть надув общий, 70-й. Есть сброс шавов системы измерения, 70-й. Доклады руководителя...
T-minus 2 minutes and counting. The ground propellant feed now has been terminated to the vehicle, the Soyuz on internal power. Coming up on T-minus 1 minute. The first umbilical tower again will retract at the T-minus 35 second mark.
Minute. Vehicle on internal power. Copy.
There goes the first umbilical retraction. The second umbilical will retract in just a few seconds to initiate engine start sequence. T-minus 20 seconds.
Зажигание.
We have engine sequence start. We have engine ignition.
Second tower separation.
3, 2, 1.
Pumps at flight speed.
And liftoff. O'Hara, Kononenko, and Chu begin a short-duration journey for a long-duration mission on the International Space Station. All vehicle parameters are normal. 23 seconds into the flight. Good roll, pitch, and yaw program. Engine performance on the first stage nominal.
L plus 30 seconds. Flight is nominal.
40 seconds into the flight.
Well,
Structural parameters are normal. Engine parameters reported from the blockhouse in Baikonur, all to be within limits and normal.
Давление в камерах двигателей в норме.
L, 1 minute 5 seconds into the flight.
Roll pitch yaw nominal.
All the vehicle parameters are normal. Good reports coming in from the blockhouse in Baikonur. The vehicle arcing out to the northeast from the Baikonur Cosmodrome.
80. Параметры системы управления ракеты-носителя в норме.
90 seconds into the flight.
90. Двигатели первой и второй ступени работают нормально.
L plus 90 seconds.
Good engine performance being reported.
184608. C off nominal pressure in casual 1500. Copy.
Coming up on first stage shutdown. And we have first stage separation.
Dash Jetson confirmed.
Launch tower jettison reported. Everything in good shape.
First stage separation
2 minutes,
confirmed.
12 seconds into the flight.
Copy. Casio is back to nominal 980. Copy.
The vehicle now operating on its second stage engines. All parameters are normal, good structural performance by the vehicle.
Двигатель второй ступени работает нормально.
Launch shroud jettison now reported. In this view now from a camera on the upper stage of the Soyuz 2.1A booster.
We confirm jettison of the nose steering.
2 minutes, 50 seconds into the flight. A little over 6 minutes of powered flight remaining.
Launch vehicle is nominal. Copy. Soyuz is nominal. Crew is feeling well.
Kononenko reports the crew is feeling well. 3 minutes, 15 seconds into the flight. Perfect engine performance reported. Good structural parameters on the vehicle.
L plus 200 seconds. Second stage engine operating nominally.
Second stage engine is functioning by the book. The Soyuz heading for its precise keyhole in space. Flight is normal. Now 4 minutes into the flight, everything going perfectly. O'Hara, Kononenko, and Chub heading for their preliminary orbit and the chase to track down and dock to the International Space Station.
L plus 250 seconds.
4 minutes, 20 seconds into the flight.
Nominal.
Roll pitch, all normal. Engine performance is normal as well.
L plus 270 seconds. Standing by for GK2 command. Copy.
Coming up on second stage shutdown. And we have second stage shutdown.
Second stage separation confirmed. Copy.
Second stage separation confirmed. That's the skirt for the third stage you saw being jettisoned. 5 minutes, 15 seconds into the flight. About 3.5 minutes of powered flight remaining. The Soyuz now being propelled on the
L plus 3
power of its third stage engine.
Launch vehicle is nominal. Copy. Soyuz is nominal. Crew is feeling well. Copy.
Kononenko continuing to report that the crew is feeling well. Everything normal on board. 5 minutes, 45 seconds into the flight. Good third stage performance.
L plus 350 seconds. Flight is nominal. Copy.
We've just passed the 6-minute mark into the flight. Good reports continuing to come in. Control of the Soyuz spacecraft after it separates from the third stage will transfer to the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow. 6 minutes, 25 seconds into the flight.
Stage 3 engine operating nominally. Copy.
Six minutes, 45 seconds into the flight, 2 minutes of powered flight remaining.
Stabilization is steady. Copy.
Good, stable structural performance by the vehicle.
L plus 430 seconds. Stage 3 engine operating nominally.
7 minutes,
Copy.
20 seconds into the flight. Nothing but good reports coming in. We're about a minute and a half away from third stage shutdown and spacecraft separation.
L plus 460 seconds. Launch vehicle structural parameters are nominal.
7 minutes,
Copy.
55 seconds into the flight. Everything is going perfectly so far. Less than a minute to go before third stage shutdown and spacecraft separation.
L plus 490 seconds. Stabilization is steady.
8 minutes, 20 seconds into the flight. About 30 seconds of powered flight remaining.
L plus 500 seconds. Light is nominal.
Right after third stage shutdown and spacecraft separation, we'll be standing by for the deployment of the solar arrays and navigational antennas on the Soyuz.
L plus 520 seconds.
Standing by now for third stage shutdown.
Standing by for GK 3. 530
And we have third stage shutdown and third stage
Third
separation.
Stage engine cutoff confirmed. Separation confirmed. Antares, we're handing you over to MCC Moscow.
And the program has been activated, and the solar arrays and navigational antennas are now confirmed to have been deployed. A perfect ride to orbit for Laurel O'Hara, Ale Kononenko, and Nikolai Chub.
Antares to Moscow.
Antares, Moscow.
The Soyuz being inserted into a perfect preliminary orbit as it begins its chase to catch up to and dock to the International Space Station later this afternoon. At the time of third stage shutdown, the Soyuz trailed the station by about 1,145 statute miles.
Ascent. Execute per page 35. Copy. RTU closed, SP1 and 2 are open, checking STM. Copy. Start AKG compartment check algorithm. Copy. Ready to start.
Принято.
Compartment check algorithm started. Copy. Copy per page 36.
Aboard the Soyuz MS-24, which carries the call sign of Antares, Ale Kononenko, Nikolai Chub, and Laurel O'Hara are beginning systems checks as they prepare for the first of their rendezvous burns, the DV-1 or Delta Velocity 1 burn that is scheduled
Moscow.
about 28 minutes from now.
Measurement 1 at 1855. Pressure in SA 806. Pressure in orbital module 721. Instrumentation compartment 885.
Принято. Следующий замер через 5 минут.
Copy. Next measurement in 5 minutes. Copy. OSK started course 2.
This view now from the control panel inside the Soyuz MS-24. Ale Kononenko reporting that the crew is feeling great following its on-time launch and its uneventful ascent into its preliminary orbit.
Long test started. Copy. Moscow, I am ready to report per page 37 for screen 03. parameters 240, 17, 17.1, 18, 16.8, 19, 267, 20, 1.4, 21, 1.4, 22, 331, 23, 336, 24, 17.8, 25, 17.5, 26, 271. Propellant.
The crew on board the Soyuz spacecraft providing systems parameters and systems information to the Russian flight controllers that you see there in this balcony view from a camera inside the Russian Mission Control Center in the town of Korolyov outside of Moscow. Over the course of the next hour or so, the crew will be testing its core's automated rendezvous system. That's the system that will automatically guide the Soyuz through all of the docking parameters and providing the range between itself and the International Space Station and the rate of closure.
Everything is going well. All systems have deployed per the book. No reports on any deviations, so things are going well, and I wish you all the best. Thank you, Vladimir Alexeyevich.
Once again, the Soyuz lifted off on time after a flawless countdown at 10:44 and 35 seconds a.m. Central Time, 11:44 a.m. Eastern Time, 8:44 p.m. at the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. All of the Ascent events ticked off in perfect shape through the activation of all of the engines. All three stages of the Soyuz performed as advertised, depositing the Soyuz into a perfect preliminary orbit, from which now they will begin the short two-orbit, 3-hour rendezvous to reach the International Space Station and a docking with the Rosviet module of the complex at 1:56 p.m. Central Time this afternoon.
There's no com. NCC Moscow ISS on Antares 2. Go ahead. Pressure in the S805 Delta -1 BO. Pressure 821 Delta is -1. Pressure in the assembly compartment 104 Delta -1. We are on stage 4. I cannot currently monitor the attitude. Copy. Antares. We have some information for you. The propellant parameter is not, it says 216 and it's not accurate. We have 816. We confirm it is not quite accurate. Okay, copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. As the Soyuz MS-24 crew, led by Soyuz Commander Oleg Kononenko, who now is in his 5th flight into space, along with his first-time flyer crewmates Nikolai Chub of Roscosmos and NASA's Laurel O'Hara, as they continue to check out spacecraft systems in the early minutes of their ride into space, having launched just about 17 minutes ago from the Baikonur Cosmodrome. The Soyuz spacecraft is in excellent shape. All of its solar arrays and navigational antennas having been deployed as planned right after third stage shutdown and spacecraft separation. So with that, the beginning of automated rendezvous operations will begin in about 30 minutes or so. A series of rendezvous burns that will carry the Soyuz over the next 2 orbits into the neighborhood of the International Space Station, where it will close the gap slowly but surely, do a fly-around of the station to align itself to the Rassvet module of the International Space Station, and a docking at 1:56 p.m. Central Time this afternoon. For that, we will be back on the air at 1 p.m. Central, 2 p.m. Eastern Time, with rendezvous and docking coverage as the next trio of residents for the International Space Station begins its trek to the complex and arrival at the International Space Station later today. So we'll be back with you in just a few hours for rendezvous and docking. In the meantime, we'll wrap it up for now. This is Mission Control Houston. of 3 new residents to the International Space Station. At this hour, the Soyuz MS-24 spacecraft that launched just 2 hours and 16 minutes ago from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan is rapidly approaching the neighborhood of the station, now just about 30 kilometers separating the Soyuz from its destination, the Roscosmos module, and a docking to the Earth-facing port of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. At this hour, the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is on console here in Mission Control. Flight Director Chris Dobbins, who is in the middle of this cluster of flight controllers on console. To his left is Flight Director Ronak Dave, and to his right, spacecraft communicator Jessica Meir, the veteran astronaut who launched just 4 years ago on a Soyuz MS-15 spacecraft to the International Space Station for her long-duration mission. Everything is proceeding normally since the Soyuz lifted off at 10:44 and 35 seconds a.m. Central Time, which was 8:44 p.m. in the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. The vehicle arced out to the northeast, and 8 minutes and 45 seconds after launch arrived in its preliminary orbit, deploying its solar arrays and navigational antennas to begin the express lane to-orbit 3-hour trek to the International Space Station. Flight controllers who are in control of the Soyuz operations today are in the Russian Mission Control Center that you see here in this balcony view in the Russian Control Center outside of Moscow in the town of Korolyov. They are talking directly to the Soyuz crew. Oleg Kononenko is the Soyuz commander, and he is flanked to his left by first-time flyer Nikolai Chub of Roscosmos, and to his right, NASA astronaut Laurel O'Hara. This trio, with Kononenko making his 5th flight into space, are flying under the call sign of Antares. That's the call sign for their Soyuz spacecraft as they approach the International Space Station, where they will conduct a fly-around of the station at a distance of about 400 meters, a 54-degree fly-around of the station, to precisely align their forward docking probe with the Roscosmos module. They will go into a few seconds of station keeping, if that is required, to allow the Russian flight control team to make final calculations on the alignment of their spacecraft to the Roscosmos module before they press in for a docking at a rate of about 1/10 of a meter per second, docking scheduled at 1:56 p.m. Central Time, 2:56 p.m. Eastern Time. Earlier today, about 2 hours and 45 minutes before launch, the 3 crew members, Laurel O'Hara, Oleg Kononenko, and Nikolai Chub, boarded the stairs to their vehicle as it vented liquid oxygen behind them, fully fueled, ready for launch from Launch Pad 6, Site 31 at the Baikonur Cosmodrome. They were sent off by NASA and Roscosmos managers as they posed for that traditional picture on the stairs leading to the elevator that would take them up to the entranceway, the descent module of the Soyuz MS-24 spacecraft. After waves and final farewells, the crew climbed the stairs, boarded the spacecraft, and awaited the final hours of the countdown. With everything proceeding on track, the countdown moved into its final phase, with engine ignition having occurred about 12 seconds before launch. The command for engine start was given after the second of the 2 tower umbilicals separated from the side of the Soyuz rocket. Engine ignition and liftoff occurring again at 8:44 p.m. Baikonur time. The engines built up thrust, the hold-down posts were released, and the Soyuz 2.1A booster was on its way. The Soyuz arced out to the northeast from the Central Asian Desert Spaceport. About 1 minute and 10 seconds after liftoff, passed through the area of maximum dynamic pressure on the vehicle, basically going supersonic at that point. And 1 hour and 1 minute and 58 seconds after launch, the first stage shutdown The solid boosters on the side of the vehicle fell away, and the second stage took over the operation. The yaw, pitch, and roll control of the vehicle was rock steady. Structural parameters on the vehicle were perfect as the vehicle continued its climb to orbit. About 4 minutes and 55 seconds into the ascent phase, the second stage shut down, and the third stage of the Soyuz took over, completing the 8-minute, 45-second climb to orbit. Once the Soyuz completed its work and the spacecraft itself separated from the third stage of the Soyuz booster, the solar arrays and navigational antennas on the Soyuz were deployed as planned, and the chase was on as the Soyuz began to close the gap between itself and the International Space Station.
We saw a bright light, and I think we have the ISS visible. And MCC Moscow, we already have been holding the push-to-talk button, depress and hold.
The conversation you're hearing between the interpreter, who is interpreting conversations between the flight controllers in Korolyov and Kononenko aboard the Soyuz spacecraft. They're talking about all of the technical parameters for the final phase of the rendezvous. The crew went into automated rendezvous operations just 49 minutes after launch, and after conducting the first so-called DV burn, the DV-1 burn, a delta velocity burn that raised the altitude of the Soyuz to match that of the International Space Station and to fine-tune its path en route to the orbital outpost. The station and the Soyuz are currently flying over the South Pacific, about to begin a southwest and northeasterly swing that will take the two vehicles across south-central South America, up the eastern coast of South America, and back over the South Atlantic. En route to the station, the crew activated its core's automated rendezvous system, which basically is the autopilot, if you will, the automated rendezvous system that is flying the Soyuz towards the Roscosmos module of the International Space Station. The core is checked out in good shape. In the unlikely event that a problem would occur with the core's system, the backup is Oleg Kononenko, the Soyuz commander, who would take over manual control of the flying of the Soyuz for its docking to the Roscosmos module. This is unlike what you are commonly referred to on a Progress unpiloted spacecraft, where if the core system encountered a problem there, then the crew on board the station, the Russian cosmonauts on the station, would take over the manual flying of the unpiloted Progress vehicle through a joystick in the Zvezda service module called the Toru system, the telerobotically operated rendezvous system. But in this case, there is no such system associated with the Soyuz approach where the crew is on board. If the core has encountered a problem, it would be Kononenko taking over the flying of the vehicle. The course, however, is checked out. Everything is in good shape. We are expecting to receive television from the Soyuz vehicle shortly, as well as views of the Soyuz from external cameras on the International Space Station. Once again, the fly-around of the station is scheduled to begin at 1:36 p.m. Central Time, about 27 minutes from now, when the Soyuz will have reached a distance of about 400 meters away from the station. The fly-around itself will be 54 degrees to align the Soyuz with the Roscosmos module and to initiate a brief, very brief period of station keeping before the command is issued for final approach, docking scheduled at 1:56 p.m. Central Time.
Expect at 21, copy at 21:11, expect transmitter activation. Copy. I already have it prepared. Okay, let me take a look. Range is 12.7, 15.9, approaching range rate. Copy.
The Soyuz now about 12 kilometers away from the International Space Station as the two vehicles fly over the South Pacific at an altitude of about 260 statute miles. Once docking occurs, there will be a brief period to allow the relative motion between the two vehicles flush against one another to dampen out, at which point the forward docking probe on the Soyuz will be retracted to basically pull the two docking interfaces close together against one another, enabling the initiation of the closing of the hooks on the Soyuz to form a hard mate. At that point, the cosmonauts on the station side of the docking interface, and Kononenko, Chub, and O'Hara will be conducting leak checks on either side of their respective vehicles before there's a depressurization of the vestibule, the passageway between the station and the Soyuz. That'll be the precursor to the opening of the hatches between the two vehicles. We expect hatch opening to occur in several stages. The hatches will begin to open somewhere in the neighborhood of about 4:10 p.m. Central Time, 5:10 p.m. Eastern Time. That will result in welcoming remarks by the crew after O'Hara, Kononenko, and Chub float inside the station to begin their occupancy aboard the complex. The welcoming remarks are expected in the vicinity of about 4:30 p.m. Central Time, 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time. When the hatch is opened, the newly arrived crew members, O'Hara, Kononenko, and Chub, will be greeted by two sets of crews living aboard the station who arrived at different times, comprising the Expedition 69 crew at the moment. The commander of Expedition 69 is Sergei Prokopiev on your left in the middle, along with Roscosmos cosmonaut Dmitry Petelin and the new U.S. record holder for the longest single spaceflight in history, Frank Rubio, who is en route, along with Prokopiev and Petelin, to 371 days in space. We'll talk more about that in a moment. They were recently joined by the SpaceX Dragon Crew 7 crew. From left to right, Konstantin Borisov of Roscosmos, Andy Mogensen of the European Space Agency, NASA astronaut Jasmine Mogbelli, and Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency Satoshi Furukawa. Those 7 crew members currently on the station will see their ranks expanded to 10 crew members once the Soyuz MS-24 crew, O'Hara, Kononenko, and Chub, float on board, and they begin a handover with the Soyuz MS-23 crew. Rubio, Prokopiev, and Petelin are beginning preparations for their return to Earth, which is scheduled for September 27th, and a parachute-assisted landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan. That day will be providing coverage of hatch closure, undocking, and landing throughout the course of the overnight hours on September 27th that will culminate with a touchdown southeast of Zhezkazgan, Kazakhstan, at 6:14 a.m. Central Time, 7:14 a.m. Eastern Time on September 27th. We're about 20 minutes away from the start of the fly-around of the Soyuz to the International Space Station. We are expecting to receive reciprocal views of both the Soyuz from the station and vice versa of the station from Soyuz a short time from now. The Soyuz, about 9 kilometers away from the International Space Station, continuing to close the gap in this quick 2-orbit, 3-hour and change rendezvous that began with the perfectly and precisely timed launch of the Soyuz from the Baikonur Cosmodrome that took place just over 2.5 hours ago. Laurel O'Hara, the NASA astronaut who launched today with Kononenko and Chub, will be spending 6 months on board the International Space Station. She will be returning to Earth on a different vehicle with a different pair of crew members next spring. Her backup for this launch, NASA's Tracy Dyson, will be launching on the Soyuz MS-25 spacecraft, along with Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Novitsky and Belarus researcher Marina Vasilevskaya. They basically are a taxi crew that will bring Dyson up to the station and bring home O'Hara. Kononenko and Chub, who are embarking today on a 1-year mission to the station, will be returning to Earth next September with Tracy Dyson.
Range is 7 kilometers. 8.7 is range rate. Copy.
Since the launch took place 2 hours and 34 minutes ago, the Soyuz MS-24 has performed perfectly. No issues. All of the rendezvous burns so far have been spot on to close the gap between the Soyuz and the International Space Station. And again, waiting on board the 7 crew members of Expedition 69. And by the way, Expedition 69 becomes Expedition 70 at the time of the Soyuz MS-23 undocking on September 27th. As Rubio, Prokopiev, and Patelin depart the complex, the increments are measured between Soyuz undocking to Soyuz undocking. That's how the time is accrued in the history books for the International Space Station. And there you see in this view, as the station and Soyuz fly 260 miles over the Chilean mountains, that black dot is the Soyuz spacecraft, the MS-24, slowly but surely making its way toward its destination, the Rassvet module on the Earth-facing side of the International Space Station. Before Rubio, Prokopiev, and Patelin depart the station, the day before, on September 26th, Andy Mogensen will take over command of the station, representing the European Space Agency, as he takes a handoff from Prokopiev, the current commander of the station, in a change of command ceremony that will be broadcast on NASA TV at 8:40 a.m. Central Time, 9:40 a.m. Eastern Time. That'll be on September 26th.
Да, принято, подтверждаем.
8.3 range rate. Yes, we confirm.
A good view of the Soyuz MS-24 from external cameras on the International Space Station flying directly over Buenos Aires.
Range is 5 kilometers, 8.4 is range rate.
Принято.
Copy.
And as you heard in that translated communications between flight controllers and Korolev and the crew on board the Soyuz, the distance is now less than 5 kilometers between Soyuz and the station, closing at a current rate of about 8 meters per second. Here in Mission Control in Houston, Flight Director Chris Dobbins has polled his team of flight controllers and has given his Russian Flight Director counterpart in Korolev a go for final approach and docking. The International Space Station flying from southwest to northeast, as is the Soyuz vehicle against the limb of the Earth, as you can see in this spectacular view, passing just to the southwest of Sao Paulo, Brazil, and will be passing just to the east of the Brazilian capital of Brasilia.
Range is 4.87. Copy. Expect maneuver. Copy.
Less than 12 minutes now until the beginning of the fly-around of the Soyuz. Once again, the fly-around itself will be at a distance of 400 meters, about a 54-degree fly-around that will take just under 5 minutes to complete, followed by a very, very brief period of station keeping to enable flight controllers to assess the angular precision between the forward docking probe on the Soyuz and the Rosviet module prior to the point at which the command will be issued for the initiation of final approach.
2126 is maneuver. So the station has moved inaudible. Copy.
The Soyuz beginning a series of so-called impulse burns. These are very brief firings of their thrusters on the MS-24 spacecraft to fine-tune their path to the International Space Station. You can see the thruster firings right there, a good view, as the two vehicles, the station and Soyuz, fly 260 miles over eastern South America.
2748, we have Escada. 044 is acceleration. The burn is complete. The duration of the burn is 13 seconds. Burn was 561. Copy.
And as you can see, the Soyuz continues the series of impulse burns. This makes a more precision approach possible for the initiation of the fly-around that is expected about 7.5 minutes from now.
Range is 1.7. Range rate is 4.5. Copy. The maneuver is complete. A station is in the center of the OSK in the VKU. Copy. Range is 1.5 kilometers. 4.24 is range rate. Copy.
Johannes Kepler in charge of this rendezvous, a 2-orbit rendezvous. Just 2 hours and 45 minutes ago, this vehicle was on the launch pad at the Baikonur Cosmodrome. Now it's just about 1 kilometer away from the International Space Station.
It's going to be the next burn without maneuver. Copy on the PO. At the range of about 1 kilometer. Copy.
This view now of the International Space Station from the control panel in the Soyuz vehicle. That view is the familiar engineering cross-haired view that shows the Soyuz crew, Kononenko, Chub, and O'Hara, all of the various parameters of their approach. Just about 1 kilometer away, closing at a rate of about 4 meters per second.
Range is 1 kilometer. We confirm depot activation. Copy.
The Impulse 5 burn being conducted, the latest in the series of fine-tuning correction maneuvers. The Soyuz on a precise trajectory for its docking to the International Space Station. Docking scheduled about 23 minutes from now.
Range is 850 and range rate is 2.5. Approaching.
About 2.5 minutes to go before the fly around of the station by Soyuz. As the Soyuz and the International Space Station pass off the northern coast of South America back out over the South Atlantic, the two vehicles will skirt the northwest coast of Africa and then over the Mediterranean.
Range is 620. We have completed the retrograde burn, and then we are starting to approach. Prepare to work for page 53. For the approach. 571 is the range, and 7 for range rate. Copy.
A great view of the Soyuz MS-24. Just off the northern coast of South America, moving from southwest to northeast. Inside 1 kilometer from the International Space Station and a docking to the Rosviet module. Docking scheduled just 20 minutes from now. We are about to initiate the fly around of the station at a distance of 400 meters.
The range is 400, 1.3 is the range rate.
And at a distance of 400 meters, the fly around of the International Space Station by Soyuz MS-24 has begun. This will take about 3 minutes to complete. In the lower right-hand corner of your screen, the ultraflex solar arrays of the Northrop Grumman Cygnus cargo craft.
91, mark the current of range and range rate. Current range is 350, range rate 09. Copy. Also, monitor the Ka-15 generation for the approach, for the final approach. Currently, range is 330, 0.8 is range rate. Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're watching live coverage of the approach of the next trio of residents to the International Space Station. The Soyuz MS-24 with Laurel O'Hara of NASA and Roscosmos cosmonauts Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub aboard, launched just under 3 hours ago from the Baikonur Cosmodrome. Now just 320 meters away from the Roscosmos module of the International Space Station, which will be their docking port. $260 as range, 0.4 is range rate. Copy. All of the Soyuz functions are being conducted automatically. The core's automated rendezvous system is working perfectly, guiding the Soyuz in for its link up to the Roscosmos module a short time from now. The Soyuz and the International Space Station now flying over southern Morocco.
Expect the final approach mode transition. Range is 230, 0.25 is range rate. We see the course mode final approach. Yes, we see the fly around. MRM-1 is in the OSK center. Range is 225 and 0.35 is range rate.
Fly around is complete. The final approach is expected shortly. The Soyuz and the station flying over the Moroccan desert.
We have the final approach. Причал K-15 ranges to 10. 0.19 is range rate. We're rotating along the roll. Be ready to execute page 53 in the OSK lighting. So we're going to turn on the light for OSK. We have the approach cone station keeping. We confirmed the headlight activation. We sent the command.
And Russian flight controllers in Korolyov have given the Soyuz the go for final approach. The Soyuz headlight has been turned on, as you can see. Final approach has now been initiated.
Final approach. On the approach display, sending the command, the final approach, Причал command. I sent the command. Range is 200.
200 meters separating the Soyuz from the station.
Acceleration for final approach.
The two vehicles about to pass just south of Casablanca.
Antares at 21:51, you're going to enter the eclipse. Okay, copy 21:51, ranges 187. We are accelerating to 0.85 for final approach. Copy. Range is 170, 0.85 is range rate. Antares, could you please expand the video so it covers the entire screen? Okay, copy. Expanding the video. Range is 140, is final approach 0.9. Copy. We're seeing the video. Anton, what was your request about the video, about the picture?
The Soyuz and the International Space Station heading into an orbital sunset. And this view now from the external video camera, the engineering camera on the outside of the Soyuz, showing the station and the docking port on the Rosviet module. 118 meters separating the two vehicles, closing at a rate of 0.6 meters per second.
The charge is 50%. 50, copy. Range is 100, 0.57 is range rate. Copy.
Less than 100 meters now separating the two vehicles.
The cupola module is right beneath us. Or above us.
The core's system will guide the Soyuz forward docking probe into perfect alignment with the docking target on the Rosviet module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the station.
0 meters, 0.47 is range rate. Copy.
The other Soyuz that's on board the station, which will be the ride home for Sergei Prokopiev, Dmitry Petelin, and Frank Rubio, just 12 days from now, is docked to the space-facing side of the Russian segment to the Prishal module, that is the node module attached to the multipurpose laboratory module.
Range is 0.3 is range rate. We have the crosshairs aligned. So it's in the center. Copy.
Approaching 60 meters between Soyuz and station, closing at a rate of 0.2 of a meter per second. At the time of contact and capture, the Soyuz will be moving even slower at just about 1/10 of a meter per second.
We see the extending crosshair in the center of the sky, in the center of underlying. So range is 50019, range rate. We have gas 7, gas 13, gas 17. Range is 47 meters, 0 to...
The docking system is now powered up. In the center section of this three-section Soyuz vehicle are the three crew members, Laurel O'Hara, Oleg Kononenko, and Nikolai Chub, just moments away from arriving at their new home in space.
Monitor gas 13, gas 17. Yes, we have confirmed that it's all set up. Work per page 55 at this time. Copy. Range is 35, 0.14 range rate. Copy. Range is 30 meters per OSK, 0.15 is range rate. Copy. We see solar array panels. Yes, it's already floating into our window view. The station is so large and we see it. Range is 25 meters, 0.12, range rate for approach.
As you heard, 25 meters separating the two vehicles, closing at a rate now of 1/10 of a meter per second. You can see the pentagon-shaped docking target at the base of the Rosviet module.
Copy. We have AR base, range is 20. Copy. How do you read me on VHF2?
This video now over Russian ground stations of the Soyuz view of the final approach for docking, now less than 20 meters separating the two vehicles.
Anton, we didn't copy your last. We have road interference. Right now we're going to switch to VHF1. Antares, how do you read me on VHF1? We're really loud and clear. Well, there's there's a small bias, but we're straightening out. Range is, by my assessment, 17 meters and range rate is 0.1. Copy. We see the target and the eclipse is starting. Range is 10 meters by my assessment. 0.12 is range rate. Copy. I am approaching at 7 meters. Range is 7 meters and range rate is 0.12. Copy. I think it all works. We have a small bias and I think we're straightening out. 6 meters.
6 meters now separating the two vehicles.
Range rate. We have a small bias. 5 meters. 0.9.
Less than 5 meters now, standing by for contact and capture.
The bias is straightening out little by little. 3 meters, 0.1 range rate. We're expecting contact. Everything is nominal. 5332, we confirm.
Contact confirmed, docking confirmed at 1:53 p.m. Central Time, 2:53 p.m. Eastern Time, as the station and Soyuz flew 260 miles over Ukraine, south of Kyiv.
Work per page 56. Copy. Monitor the KDU parameters. Monitor the accelerometer activation. And also monitor the messages. Okay, K9 is no longer eliminated. Copy. I think we need to go to SSOP.
A flawless launch to docking scenario for Laurel O'Hara, Oleg Kononenko, and Nikolai Chub. O'Hara and Chub arriving at the station for the first time. Kononenko an old hat at this. This is his 5th flight into space. It was dead perfect from launch to docking. Docking occurring at 1:53 p.m. Central Time.
Striker tank section 1 and 2. Copy.
The transit from the launch pad at Baikonur to the International Space Station took 3 hours and 9 minutes.
R7. S18. And closing RPV-1. MCC Moscow, we're closing RPV-1. We confirm. Okay, and before RPV-1 is closed. And we're going to review the time. The time when we started that, okay. At 56. I will start the timer at 56 minutes. Should we turn off RPV-1? Inaudible. Sending RPV. First measurement. I'm ready to report the first measurement. We're ready to copy the first measurement. First measurement of pressure in the SS792. Pressure in the BO is 822, and the assembly compartment is 877.
Ready for.
I am ready.
And
to switch confidential electrical control on your go.
How's the retractment? Is there anything else? let me know.
Okay, copy. The time is 20.
Now in minutes, for about
Could you repeat?
as soon as we restore
The last
I will
in the assembly compartment is the pressure is 877.
and we'll talk about config. Okay,
So the next measurement will be at 22:01 minutes.
Congratulations, everybody, with success.
Work per page 57 for monitoring. Copy. S13 21 57 10 is eliminated.
The forward docking probe has retracted, and the hooks are now driving close to form a hard mate between the two vehicles. Standing by for the completion of the closure of the hooks to form a hard mate between Soyuz and the Rosviet module.
Antares, Moscow, requesting launch burn 1280. Copy 1280.
Moscow 4. Dmitry, you can deactivate recording mode. Copy.
And we now have confirmation that the hooks are closed. So we have a hard mate now between Soyuz and the International Space Station. Just a flawless rendezvous and docking, no issues at all, as Oleg Kononenko, Nikolai Chub, and Laurel O'Hara had a smooth and uneventful ride from the launch pad in Baikonur to their destination in space, the Rosviet module of the International Space Station. The 3 Soyuz crew members and the cosmonauts on board the station will now begin a series of leak checks on both sides of the docking interface to make sure that we have an airtight seal before the hatches will be opened to enable O'Hara, Kononenko, and Chub to enter the International Space Station.
Anton, how long did it take us to get to the station? Hold on, let me calculate. If we count from the liftoff moment, it took you pretty much exactly 3 hours. Wow, that is pretty fast. 220318, latches at position 18. Copy. Stand by for probe extension, monitor probe system operation, and report. Copy. Anton, second measurement. Descent module 729.
Flight controllers talking to the crew on board the Soyuz vehicle. The transit actually, to be specific, was 3 hours and 9 minutes. The launch occurring at 10:44 a.m. Central Time, culminating with a docking at 1:53 p.m. Central Time.
Instrumentation compartment. SS web internal transfer mode complete. Instrumentation compartment pressure inaudible. Sending ESVP command.
The crew is now going through a series of procedures to shut down some of the Soyuz systems that are no longer required now that the rendezvous is complete.
S11 out. Regime SSVO out. Copy. Execute per page 58. Copy. Sending ZAV journal command. ENPU 2 showing 0023D. ENPU 1 000319A. Copy. Standing by for 15-minute leak check measurements.
Антон, пока рут сурового можно в транспортное положение?
Anton, can we stow the handles to the transportation config? Anton, how copy? I copy. Let's wait until the results of the 15-minute measurement. Okay, I have a confirmation. You are go to stow the handles. Copy and work.
Рут убран.
Translational hand controller stowed. Rotational hand controller stowed. Copy.
So with the Soyuz now safely nestled in the Rosviet module of the International Space Station, the docking was perfect, as were all other aspects of the rendezvous following the Soyuz crew's launch from the Baikonur Cosmodrome just about 3 hours and 20 minutes ago. It took 3 hours and 9 minutes from the launch pad to the International Space Station, a 2-orbit rendezvous that now enables the Soyuz crew to begin the preparations for their hatch opening. We will take a quick break and be back on the air at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time with hatch opening coverage. The hatch opening process will begin in the neighborhood of about 4:10 p.m. Central Time. This is not an exact science with a hatch opening. If you recall previous Soyuz arrivals at the station, we are also expecting welcoming remarks by the crew at about 4:30 p.m. Central Time, 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time. But the bottom line is we'll be back on the air in about an hour and 40 minutes from now at 3:45 p.m. Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern with our hatch opening coverage to complete the journey of Laurel O'Hara, Oleg Kononenko, and Nikolai Chub to the International Space Station. With Soyuz having docked in flawless fashion, we'll wrap it up for now. This is Mission Control Houston.
Okay, I got it. Wrote it down. Item 5. Hand over spacesuit number 3 to Fedyaev in the Soyuz MS-24. In the BO, setup block number 2. It's located number 1. Set it up in the BO of Soyuz vehicle 755. In the BO of
the station crew will be testing out some communications gear here in a few minutes to be used for the welcoming remarks that are planned inside the Zvezda service module once the
ground. Is it
3
item
new
number
crew
7?
members for Expedition
Yes, that is.
69
And that's the
board the
expedition
vehicle a short
orbital.
time from now. Expedition 69 will come to an end, and Expedition 70 will
Copy.
begin
Then confirm
officially
hatch opening.
with the undocking of Procopia,
the
Patelin, and
station
Rubio in the wee
side.
hours of September 27th.
So I'm going to open Kakate. Yes, so okay, Kakate open. I'm opening Kavade. Kavade is open.
The International Space Station is currently flying 260 miles over the heart of Australia,
Pressure.
moving from northwest to southeast in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator.
04 and decreasing. Copy. Current pressure is 800. Copy.
Station Moscow on Space Ground 2. Guys, just an FYI, you are on the large screen and everybody can see you right now.
Какой на станции было? 740? Да. 746 was the pressure on board the station.
Давление в орбитальном блоке 746.
Yes, in the pressure in the orbital compartment is 746. Current pressure is 790.
Антон, дальше я по 72-й странице выполняю, да?
Да, по 72-й странице перед переходом.
So, prior to going into the onboard compartment, execute the steps. So when I'm going to Okay, when I'm going to perform all the previous steps, I'll complete those. You need to deactivate all the COM assets, turn off the atmosphere purification unit in the BO. Oh, the guys are going to be waiting for me.
Текущее давление
780 is the current pressure. Copy. 780.
Заряд iPad 25%.
iPad charge status is 25%. 775. Seven seven zero.
This is Mission Control Houston. Once again, we're in the final phase of the leak checks and pressure checks on the Soyuz side of the docking interface at the Rosviet module of the International Space Station. A good view right there of the Soyuz MS-23 spacecraft, or 24 spacecraft, I should say, that arrived at the station with docking at 1:53 p.m. Central Time, 2:53 p.m. Eastern.
Seven 765. 765.
The station hatch, as you can see there on the interface with the Soyuz, was opened about 7 or 8 minutes ago. But the key will be the opening of the Soyuz hatch, which we're expecting soon, as Kononenko, Chub, and O'Hara complete the leak checks and the pressure equalization on their side of the docking interface. Welcoming remarks by the newly arrived crew and congratulatory remarks from spacecraft communicator Jessica Meir here in Mission Control, and Russian officials gathered at the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov are expected around the bottom of the hour.
Good. 755.
The leak checks and pressure measurements still being taken on the Soyuz side of the docking interface. Again, the Soyuz crew launched at 10:44 a.m. Central Time this morning from the Baikonur Cosmodrome. They launched into a express lane fast track 2-orbit rendezvous profile that enabled them to dock 3 hours and 9 minutes after launch at 1:53 p.m. Central Time, 2:53 p.m. Eastern Time.
Same 753.
And this view now shows the complement of vehicles on the Earth-facing side of the station. At the far left, docked to the Prishal module, is the Soyuz MS-23 spacecraft that was launched unpiloted in February to replace the vehicle that Frank Rubio, Dmitry Petelin, and Sergei Prokopyev launched on a year ago, that experienced a coolant leak back in December and came home in February unpiloted. The Soyuz MS-23 that is docked on the far left side of your station will be the ride home for Rubio, Prokopyev, and Petelin on September 27th when they undock from the Prishal module and land under their parachute on the steppe of Kazakhstan to complete 371 days in space, and for Rubio, of course, the longest single space flight in U.S. history. Back now at the Russian Mission Control Center with a view from the balcony camera in Korolyov outside of Moscow as we continue to wait for the pressure checks on board to be completed and to allow the Soyuz hatch to swing open and allow the 3 newly arrived crew members to float inside and join their crew members in the Zvezda service module for the welcoming remarks.
749.
$749.
749. Nikolai, can you set the timer for 1 or 2 minutes?
Нет, пошел падать.
748.
Station Commander Sergei Prokopyev in the Rosviet module at the docking interface with the Soyuz spacecraft. The station hatch is open, now awaiting the opening of the Soyuz hatch.
748.
Минута прошла, нет? Прошла минута 15.
1 minute 15 elapsed. Okay, 1 minute. 1 minute has gone by? Yes.
Уже почти
Almost a minute and a half.
прошло 2 минуты.
2 minutes have elapsed.
4-7, Москва.
MCC Moscow. The pressure is stable over 2 minutes. Continue your steps. Open ККТ, close КВД. ККТ is closed. Item 8.1. Yes, I confirm.
8.1. Открытие крышки люка БО СУ-72 конец.
I have set in the key.
Открываю.
Opening. Opening.
Отжал.
I have released it. Opening the hatch.
And the Soyuz hatch is now open.
Oh, have you been waiting for us for so long? It can't be.
Чего? Сейчас мы доделаем, Серега.
Dr. Gable, just finish it in a minute.
Сейчас сначала перворазка выпустим.
We're going to let the first timers in. Okay, hatch is open. We see the hatch is open. Speaking simultaneously. So should we translate in the station? Yes, go ahead.
The Soyuz hatch opened at 4:16 p.m. Central Time, 5:16 Eastern.
Close it, but leave it a little bit ajar and then complete all our steps. Just turn off duplex comm line. Speaking simultaneously. Well, as soon as you translate there, I won't be able to hear you. So N2, N4. So right now, let me set the cap. So then we're going to perform the atmosphere purification. Okay. Let us complete all the steps, and then we'll go into the station. Setting the KSD plug. Do you have it?
Да.
Okay.
Протирки. Ручка герметизации.
The sewing handle.
Отвертка КСД.
KSD, maybe KSD screwdriver here. Is the KSD plug here?
Sergei Prokopyev and Oleg Kononenko across the hatch to the Soyuz spacecraft, talking about the collection of tools to be brought inside. Again, the Soyuz hatch was opened at 4:16 p.m. Central, 5:16 p.m. Eastern Time.
Как слышишь?
Слышу, принимаю, заглушку установили.
So I copy that you have set in the plug. I am taking out of the same container.
Крышку.
I'm taking the cover from the same container.
Так. Достал крышку и отключаю блоки очистки.
I have pulled out the cover, and I am getting out the scrapping units for the bowl. Copy.
И надеваю.
And I am donning
This is Mission Control Houston. Once again, you're looking at Station Commander Sergei Prokopyev in the Rosviet module. Hatch is between the station and the newly arrived Soyuz MS-24, now open. The Soyuz hatch opening at 4:16 p.m. Central, 5:16 p.m. Eastern Time. Some 5.5 hours or so following the Soyuz crew's launch from the Baikonur Cosmodrome.
Copy. I turned off the purification unit. I put in the plug. So we're going to turn off Bear 14, and then I'm going to go into the station. Okay, congratulations on successful docking, and have a good flight. Thank you, Anton. Thank you. Okay, and I'm out. Okay, I'm out.
Once the newly arrived crew members come on board, they will move into the Zvezda service module for welcoming remarks. That'll be followed by a routine safety briefing that will be conducted by Prokopyev for the newly arrived crew members. That safety briefing basically points out routes and the various modules of the station that the crew can move around in, and what would be required in the unlikely event the crew members would have to evacuate the station on short notice. Later this evening, Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub will complete the deactivation of station systems and Soyuz systems. Those Soyuz systems that will be in a caretaker state while the spacecraft is linked to the International Space Station will be deactivated later this evening. Laurel O'Hara on board the International Space Station. followed by Nikolai Chub. Oleg Kononenko following the two first-time flyers into the International Space Station, and the population of the station has now grown to 10. You're looking at Dmitry Petelin in the foreground, along with Frank Rubio on the left, Sergei Prokopyev in the back. Those three will begin a handover period with O'Hara, Chub, and Kononenko en route to their return to Earth on September 27th. And with the crew members now on board the station, there's a view of the Soyuz MS-24 spacecraft docked to the Rosviet module. The crew now on board the station. They will be moving into the Zvezda service module momentarily for welcoming remarks, followed by a safety briefing that will be conducted by Prokopyev to basically run down some of the emergency procedures that are typical and routine for a newly arrived crew. Later this evening, Kononenko and Chub will be deactivating the Soyuz systems to put the Soyuz on a caretaker state, if you will, on station power.
Moscow station on space to ground 1. Go ahead on space to ground 1. Anton, so we have moved over to the service module and we're turning on the equipment. So TV session will be on SHSS and it's going to be in 6 minutes. First we're going to do the comm check. And if the comm is stable, I'm going to hand you over to all the dignitaries. Sounds good.
And the crew now tenfold in the Zvezda service module. Expedition 69 in full tow as we await the comm checks and welcoming remarks by the crew.
Guys, we're seeing you on the MPEG. Oleg, Nikolai, Laurel, congratulations. You're looking so good. All right, guys, we've got 4 minutes. So for the next 4 minutes, there will be no comm via mic, and we will not be able to hear you, just as an FYI.
So the crew, all 10 of them on board the Zvezda service module, following the opening of the hatch to the Soyuz spacecraft just a few minutes ago at 4:16 p.m. Central Time. We are awaiting the station passing in range of Russian ground stations here to enable the comm to sync up and get us going with the start of the welcoming remarks. In the back row, from left to right, Andy Mogensen, Frank Rubio, Dmitry Patelin, Jasmine Mogbeli, and Satoshi Furukawa. Konstantin Borisov on the left in the front row, along with Nikolai Chub, Sergei Prokopiev, Oleg Kononenko, and in the far right in the front row, Laurel O'Hara. And we're being advised that the comm should be linked up in about 2.5 minutes. The voice comm with the video that you're seeing, so we should be getting underway just about 2 minutes from now. Once again, we're standing by for the voice communications to sync up with the video that we're seeing. We should be getting underway here momentarily.
Буквально 2-минутная готовность.
Stand by for 2 more minutes.
In 2 minutes, we will start.
МКС ЦУП Москвы, канале 6С. Как меня слышно?
Station Moscow, GSS. How do you read me?
Ребят, как меня слышно? 6С?
Guys, how do you copy me on broadband communication system?
Видим, что ты пытаешься что-то сказать, но мы...
Sergey, you're trying to say something, but unfortunately there is no sound.
Раз, два, три.
1, 2, 3. Com check.
По ШСС.
Here, GSS. Now we copy you loud and clear.
Хорошо слышно, верно?
How do you copy us?
Да, слышим вас.
Yes, we copy you loud and clear as well. Then, I'm giving the mic to the management. Guys, how do you copy? Vladimir Alexeyevich, hello. Once again, good evening. We copy you loud and clear. I'm so happy that you have reached the station. It's a wonderful, good-looking crew. So for those who are first-timers, my best wishes to you. Work, do whatever you need to do on the station, and everything will be fine, I'm sure. I'm giving the mic to Dmitry Kalashnikov. He would like to say a few words. He is the main person who solves all the issues. So Dmitry will talk to you.
Спасибо, Владимир Алексеевич.
Thank you, Vladimir Alexeyevich, so much for your kind words. So now you have added crew. So all the control team is happy that you are on board the station. And we wish you all the very best, very efficient work on the station. And those who are to prepare for the landing, we are expecting you on the ground very soon. We are ready, actually, we are ready long ago. Yes, we know that. Dmitry Alexeyevich, thank you so much. Once again, my congratulations. Good luck to you all. And all the very best from all of us.
Спасибо большое. Ну, может быть, пару слов.
Thank you. Maybe Nikolai will say a few words.
Хотелось бы поприветствовать главную оперативную группу.
Greet all the ground control team.
Знакомые, работали в сменах.
I knew many of those people who are on console. I worked with them on shift. So thank you so much. Our thanks from space now to you.
Николай, вы знаете нашу работу изнутри, поэтому...
Nikolai, you know our work from inside out, so to say. I think we will have full cooperation with you while you're on board.
Еще раз спасибо.
Thank you so much for everything from Laurel.
Передаем трубочку нашим гостям.
Okay, now our guests here will talk to you. Your friends and family members.
С тобой, да,
and Nikolai. Enjoy settling into your new home.
Привет, я вас вижу.
Welcome back.
Рад вас видеть.
Hello, I can see you. I'm happy to see you.
Всем привет. So excited to follow along with your mission.
Greetings to everyone.
Congratulations to the entire ISS crew and to all of the ground teams around the world that enabled this extraordinary event. Congratulations.
Спасибо большое. Thanks a lot.
Да, сейчас я понял, просто был какой-то текст на английском языке. Привет, да, я вас вижу.
Yes, hello. There was some English conversation. Everything is fine. I can see you.
Я вас только вижу с правой стороны.
I can see you on the right there.
Очень рады за всех.
We are happy for everyone.
Всех поздравляем.
Congratulations, everyone, with your arrival on board the station.
Очень удачного возвращения.
And of course, we wish the crew who is preparing to go back to the ground, we wish you all the very best and very successful return.
Спасибо большое, да, мы скоро их проводим, они уже...
Thank you so much. Yes, we will see them off very soon. They are ready. Thank you.
Ребят, мы вас сейчас переключаем на ЦУП Хьюстона.
Guys, MCC Houston will talk to you from now on.
Да, хорошо, мы ждем тогда, не расходимся.
We are standing by. Then we are still here.
Вот, еще нам машут.
Yeah, we can see people are waving us. All of Houston is wishing you a very pleasant evening. Pretty exciting with 3 turtles up there now. It's a bale once again. So enjoy your overlap and have an incredible time up there with your crew.
Enjoy your overlap and have an incredible time up there with your crew.
We're loving seeing all those smiles up there.
We're loving seeing all those smiles up there.
Yeah, thank you. It's incredible to be here. It was a beautiful launch. It was a beautiful flight. The only thing better than seeing the Earth for the first time and seeing Space Station for the first time was coming through the hatch and seeing all these guys here. So thank you.
Say hello.
just in case.
Hey, Jessica, thanks so much. And it is absolutely awesome to have all these turtles up here. Thank you to the NASA team and the Roscosmos team for getting Soyuz 70 up here with us. And we look forward to spending the next week showing them around. And we know they're going to have a fantastic mission.
Excited faces here in Houston, in the visitors room, watching as well, and sending all their support and love. Have a great evening, guys.
Thank you so much.
Ребят, все, на этом у нас репортаж закончился. Огромное спасибо.
Guys, we completed our coverage. Please.
Огромные молодцы. Счастливые и довольные.
Put all the assets to initial condition, and we can see that you're happy, and thank you so much, and goodbye.
This is Mission Control Houston. You just heard some of the welcoming remarks by the newly arrived crew members on board the International Space Station, the Soyuz MS-24 crew that launched this morning, just about 6 hours ago, at 10:44 a.m. Central Time, 11:44 a.m. Eastern Time, arriving at the station for a docking to the Rosviet module 3 hours, 9 minutes later at 1:53 p.m. Central, 2:53 p.m. Eastern Time. The leak checks between the Soyuz and the International Space Station were ongoing. About 2 hours after docking, everything was in good shape, so the hatches finally were opened. The Soyuz hatch opening at 4:16 p.m. Central Time, 5:16 p.m. Eastern Time, enabling Oleg Kononenko, Laurel O'Hara, and Nikolai Chub to float on board and join their Expedition 69 crewmates, increasing the station population to 10 crew members for the next 12 days. A good view of the Soyuz MS-24 that functioned in flawless fashion from launch to docking, bringing to the International Space Station Kononenko, Chub, and O'Hara. Kononenko and Chub beginning 1 year on the International Space Station, Laurel O'Hara beginning a 6-month stay on the International Outpost. So with that, we'll wrap up our coverage for today. Thanks for being with us throughout the course of the day for the launch, docking, and arrival on board the station of Oleg Kononenko, Laurel O'Hara, and Nikolai Chub. This is Mission Control Houston.
Station, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Houston, this is Station. We're ready for the event.
Houston ACR, this is Mission Control. Please call Station for a voice check.
Station, this is Houston ACR. How do you hear me?
Houston ACR, Station has you loud and clear. How me?
Got you loud and clear. Please stand by for opening remarks.
Today, our students will have an out-of-this-world experience. Thanks to the Rhode Island Science Teachers Association and their partners at the East Bay Education Collaborative, NASA astronauts will answer their questions from space. This is a great opportunity to see science, technology, engineering, and math, what we call STEM, in action. I hope that, as they talk with our astronauts, our students imagine themselves as astronauts, or engineers, or scientists. I know that they have the talent and drive to reach the stars. And now, here's our first question.
Hi, my name is Bailey. How do you drink in space?
Hi, Bailey. First off, to all the students and teachers of the Rhode Island Science Teachers Association, welcome to the International Space Station. So drinking in space can actually be a little bit tricky, so we usually use these drink bags with straws to keep the water or whatever drink you're having contained. Also, sometimes it helps to use centrifugal force to get the liquid to one side or another as necessary. To drink it, you can just drink it through the straw, or sometimes it's a little more fun to make a sphere. And then you can drink it. Can't do that back on Earth. Thanks for the question, Bailey.
Hi, my name is Hudson. Do you have TVs in space?
Hey, Hudson. Well, no and yes. We don't have TV straight up, but we can watch TV on our computers, and we have a projector that we can watch movies on. And so the ground will stream either live TV or TV shows that we request or movies that we request, and we put them on hard drives, and whenever we have some free time, we can watch movies with our friends and our crewmates, or we can just sit in our crew quarters and watch TV on our computer.
Hi, my name is Keone. How do you exercise in space?
Hi, Keone. That's a great question. Exercise is actually very important in space because back on Earth, just walking around and doing everyday things, you're working your muscles. But here on the International Space Station, because we're weightless and float, we're not using all those muscles on a regular basis. So we actually are scheduled for exercise every single day. Now, how do you lift weights in space if everything floats, right? So we actually use, it's called the ARED. It's an advanced resistive exercise device, and it has vacuum tubes, and that's how it creates the resistance. And then we have a bike up here and a treadmill for cardio exercises. And on the treadmill, you wear a little outfit, and it pulls you down to the treadmill.
Hello, my name is Gabriel. What has been your favorite experience in space?
Hey, Gabriel. Well, I think my favorite experience is just the ability to float. So if I let go, we're actually hanging on with our feet. If I let go, I'll float up and just can kind of hang out here. But along with floating, I think my most favorite thing I did was doing a spacewalk, because I was able to go outside and experience space in a very unique setting and kind of in my own little private spaceship in my spacesuit. That was a lot of fun.
Hi, my name is Ellie, and my question is, what is your favorite food to eat in space?
Hi, Ellie. So, eating in space is for the most part similar to eating back home. We generally like to often take the water out of things when we ship them, so we dehydrate them because water weighs a lot and it's hard to get up here. But you can also play with your food here on the space station. Thanks, Frank. So that was an M&M, and that is probably my favorite thing to eat here on the space station.
Hi, this is Daisy. My question is, how do you sleep in space?
Hey, Daisy. You know, we sleep really comfortable in space because, again, we're floating. And so we have what are called crew quarters, which are basically our own little small bedrooms about the size of a phone booth. And in there we have sleeping bags. We each have our own sleeping bag that we bungee to the wall so that it doesn't float away. And basically, inside the sleeping bag, you just kind of float like this. and you sleep super comfortably. And what the sleeping bag does is it just kind of keeps you in place, and it keeps you from banging against the walls at night, because you're just kind of sleeping and floating, and so it just keeps you in place. But you actually sleep really comfortable because you're not laying on anything, and it's almost like sleeping on a cloud. It's pretty cool.
Hello, my name is Maggie. Have you ever seen a black hole before?
Hi, Maggie. I have not ever seen a black hole. Thankfully, I think if we got close enough to see it, it might be bad news for us. But we do have various sensors out there to detect things like that are mounted on the space station. For example, we have the alpha magnetic spectrometer on the truss of the space station, and that can detect things that we couldn't see with our own eyes, or things that we previously haven't been able to detect before.
Hi, my name is Eliza. How do you wash in space?
Hey, Eliza, that's a great question, because without gravity, it's really hard to have running water. You would basically have to have a huge vacuum on the ground that would suction the water down for you to have running water. So we don't really have that. Like Jasmine told you, we use these little water bags, and you can wash in one of two ways. You can either put the water directly on you from that bag, or you can use one of these, and this is a washcloth, which we basically have in this little silver bag, and you plug it into our water machine and shoot hot water into this, and then you have a hot towel, and basically you give yourself a towel bath. And we get one of these every couple days, and so you use it for one time, and then you put it back in the bag, and you put hot water back in it, and then you can use it again. So we stay pretty clean despite not having actively running showers.
Hello, my name is Andrey Fedyaev. I am from Central Falls, and my question for you is, what do you do at the space station for fun? Thank you.
Hi, Anderson. So we have a lot of fun up here on the space station. We also, of course, do a lot of work on the space station, but we do live and work up here. So in our free time, sometimes we just spend time together, hang out, watch a movie like Frank talked about earlier, have some dinner together. We have a couple instruments up here. Some people like to play the guitar, and every now and then we'll all sing along and go and look out. We have an amazing view of the Earth and of the space station itself from up here. So a lot of times people like to go look out the cupola windows.
Hi, my name is Matt from the Lawn Avenue School in Jamestown, Rhode Island. My question is, what type of jobs do you have to do on the space station?
Hey, Matt, they keep us pretty busy up here. So the International Space Station is actually a national and an international laboratory. So one of our main purposes is to conduct science up here. And we do science experiments on board, but we also do Earth-based science, where we just observe the Earth and the changes that the Earth is undergoing. So we work for about 10 hours every day. A couple of those hours are to maintain our fitness, like Jasmine was talking about earlier. And the rest of the time we do all sorts of different science projects, studying our own bodies, studying cells, how materials and different fluids interact in space. And then, of course, the space station is one big giant machine, and so we have to do a lot of maintenance on it. So some days, if something breaks, you have to spend time and fix it, especially the toilet. That's really important to keep running every day. But lots of other parts and pieces, essentially they have what's a usable life, right? So we want to replace it before they break, because we don't want them to break. And so we'll spend some time doing maintenance where we just replace entire units at a time to make sure that this whole system keeps running pretty well.
Hi, my name is Olivia Rapucci. I'm in 6th grade, and I go to Monsignor Clark School. My question for the ISS is, we have power lines to bring power to our homes. How do we bring power to the ISS?
Hi, Olivia. You're right. Power is very important, and it's a little different up here, but we actually use the sun for our energy. So we have these huge solar arrays on the outside of the space station. I actually also love looking out the cupola windows at the golden solar arrays. And those take the energy from the sun and convert that into